Ne, kupit ćemo ih na pauzu. Tako. Šta je, samo da zatvorim. Okay, so good morning to all. I hope that you had a nice evening and good start of the day today. So again, thank you very much for today's constructive presentation, discussions, participation. I thought it was extremely useful. Sorry. For me, it was extremely useful. For me, it was extremely informative. It's always nice. I mean, we kind of understand the level of work, quality of work, professionalism that there is behind these processes that are led by our national governments and UNDP country offices when it comes to climate change adaptation planning. But it's always extremely useful to be reminded and see from the first hand, from the hands of people, practitioners, how these processes are actually complex and how they are important. The level of science and knowledge that is behind these processes is amazing. And I think that definitely, at least for the area of climate change adaptation planning in the future, the recognition will come for all this work and results that you are achieving at country level office are just amazing. So thank you very much for sharing with us, and we will continue in the same spirit today. So today we are going to have more presentations from country offices and our colleagues that are working on a national level in designing new national adaptation plans. So for today, agenda is all about countries and their experiences, and we will start with online presentations from our colleagues from Bosnia and Herzegovina. They finished their national adaptation plan. If you didn't have a chance to read the document, I would advise you to do, because it is extremely informative. It is very, very well done. I really like the personally, I really like the most the part of monitoring and evaluation, indicator setup. I think that it is very informative and useful, and it was very helpful for thought process when we were designing one in Montenegro. So again, as I mentioned yesterday, when you have UNDP and our national counterparts working together, then you never walk alone. You are always supported by someone, whether there are very capable regional technical advisors that we are relying a lot on, or other country offices. So, for example, in this particular case, Bosnian examples was extremely useful for us. I apologize for the mistake that in the agenda, the second presentation will be from our colleagues from Armenia. So apologies for double, copy-paste mistake. And then we will go into the final presentation with the country of Kyrgyzstan and the colleagues from Albania. They have a 15 minutes presentation, originally not put in this agenda. So 4 countries today, 4 experiences, 4 different processes that have the same goal and are contributing to global benefits. So again, as yesterday, be proactive, be curious. I heard a lot of very interesting questions and very interesting responses. So thank you very much again. And if our colleagues from Bosnia are ready and fine, we can maybe start. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And can you see our presentation?
Yes, we can see the presentation. It's on our wall. Thank you.
Okay, great. Great. Just a second. I have some technical issues here in the office, but it's all fine. Okay, I can start. I mean, first of all, I would like to apologize because the presentation is in our local language, but I hope if the audience is majorly from our country, from the area of the from the region. They will understand, but for the other colleagues, I will certainly talk in English. I would like to welcome you all from the Bosnia and Herzegovina office, and to wish you all successful work. As far as NAP process in Bosnia and Herzegovina is concerned, I would like to tell you that we have had a really very difficult and tough task, having in mind the constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and having in mind that it's almost like two countries in one country, and then one small Brčko district, which is again separate, completely separate part, almost as a third country within one country. However, the process was successful in the end, although very tough, and it was really successfully adopted. NAP document was one of among the first ones that was adopted by the governments, by the both governments, Republika Srpska and Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, together with Brčko district, and finally by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and state governments. So the process, just a sec. I don't know what's going on with my So as I said, NAP document, these were general agendas that we have to establish national institutional arrangements for coordination of process of adaptation to climate change. And this NAP process consisted of whole analysis of the current regular framework and all the frameworks in different sectors. And we did it and set up the midterm measures that would be that would alleviate the negative consequences of climate changes of the most vulnerable sectors. So we did analysis of climate trends, then we did climate modeling, until the end of this century, then the vulnerability of different sectors to climate changes, and then the measures for adaptation. Of course, what was the reason? As you all know, I will not go through all my slides altogether, because you know that we all work according to the UN Conventions on Climate Change, Paris Agreement, EU Strategy for Adaptation on Climate Changes, European Green Deal, etc. So all these documents were background for this process in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So what we did analysis of climate trends, as we said, by the end of the 21st century, then vulnerability of different sectors to climate changes, and measures for adaptation. According to the climate modeling that we did here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is all over the world, of course, but in Bosnia and Herzegovina, this change of, we've already reached 1.5 Celsius, and the temperature goes on from 0.5 to 1 Celsius degrees. And actually, temperature during the vegetation period, April, September, goes to 1.2, which is very, very significant. And actually, the warmest years in 2000, since year of 2000 were in this period. And the year of 2014 was the hottest year in the majority of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you can see these temperature trends here in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the biggest cities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you can see it from the period of 1960 to 2000 and 2020. We have now to 2020 and further, and as well the average medium temperature will again be completely different in the coming period. As we said, first period of 2016 to 2035, it will go from 0.5 to 1.5. Then year 2046 to 2065, it's up to 3 degrees of Celsius, and to the end of the century, even up to 5 Celsius degrees. And you can see map of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the last 2 decades of this century. We will be almost, I said, as a Sahara. and actually very, very hot. So it means that we will have to change all our habits so far got used to. And having in mind the hot times, at the same temperature, at the same period, we will have different precipitation models. Actually, the quantity of precipitation will not change significantly, but the time period, actually, we will have very, very high precipitation levels in a short period of time, which is going to create very, very high floods, very high floods in these first 4 decades. And what is most important that came out of this modeling is that the next period from 2046 to 65, we will have minus 30 days of freezing days, which is very difficult for agriculture. Then even in the period of 2085 to 2100, we will have even minus 60 days. And again, number of summer days will be 40 days and more, and in some areas even 50 days and more. And actually, by the last period of this century, even 60 days of very hot summer days. And what we did in order to monitor all of this and to monitor all these changes and to be able to respond properly, we set up the monitoring and evaluation framework, and we set up standard operating procedures here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So monitoring and evaluation and standard operating procedures for horizontal and vertical institutional cooperation on data exchange. Since we didn't have any data so far in Bosnia and Herzegovina collected in this way, in this manner, actually to be able to monitor what's going on. So we developed this what is important, monitoring and evaluation framework was adopted by all the governments and all the levels of the governments here in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then we established the standard operating procedures for data exchange and defined the uniform frame for monitoring indicators. In addition to that, we defined all the indicators for all vulnerable sectors that were defined within the NAP document. I will not go in details and what is the setup of monitoring and evaluation system, because it would take us so much time, and just that the process is, as you know, measuring, reporting, evaluation. Indicators that will evaluate these monitoring is the achievement of results, influence of measures of adaptations, risks and vulnerabilities, etc., etc. And then standard operating procedures defined all the single step that needs to be done within the country, horizontally and vertically. Who is responsible for search and procedure? Who prepares information? Who monitors the collection of data, processing of data? Who authorizes and archives the collected indicators? Which procedures need to be taken, when these procedures need to be taken, how to take these tasks, etc., how to cooperate between different actors and in cooperation, and then we had to find solution how to overcome the gap of the financing for existing situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, since we didn't have, of course, sufficient funds for funding all these measures that need to be taken. So the key part of transformation of adaptation is actually to revert financing flow. First of all, financing flow for infrastructure in order to speed up the investments that are needed to the economies in order to make it resistant to the climate change. For example, in the field of agriculture or water management, etc. So according to the NAP document and according to these vulnerable sectors, the most vulnerable sectors have been identified by the NAP document. And according to the document, the average, actually the estimated amount needed for Bosnia and Herzegovina at that time, I have to mention it's now 2 years time, so it's 5.4 billion US dollars, which is now probably by 30% higher because it was done back in 2022. So and again, in addition to the state, then we had estimated the local costs and local investments needed to address all these needs that were identified, and that was really huge challenge because the cost and benefit it's significantly verifying and it will change from time to time. So Bosnia and Herzegovina needs to focus on those funds that we are missing actually in order to reach all these goals. And what are the channels of financing here in Bosnia and Herzegovina? Is the source of financing and direction of financing. And institutions that are financing so far are just entity governments in Brčko district, municipalities or cantons, funds, commercial banks, and corporations. And from corporations, we have these bonds and international financial institutions, which as far as bonds are concerned, they are very significant and they will have to become very important financing model in Bosnia and Herzegovina, since these other solutions are not so well. Actually, they will not be able to respond to the needs. And then we did what we did at the local level. At the local level, we tried to enable local investments in adaptation financing. So municipal sector has significant needs because we try to do it from bottom up, and we need the municipal sector really has significant needs because everything needs to be done at the bottom level, at the municipal level. And many municipalities do not have access to financing. So we will need the support from the whole Bosnia and Herzegovina. Actually, we would need support from the governmental level, state governments, local investments for local needs. Access and fees and local taxes need to be real. Then implementation of adequate project, meaning projects that are responding to the adaptation. And greater municipalities need to be bigger of a size and bigger of a budget, need to be given a chance to have a direct access to development financial institutions. And what at the local level, at the municipal level, what was the most important? What we defined as the most important is the local protection, flood protection, then a reservoir constructions, again different types of flood protection, and then agriculture, gene banks and adding resources, research works. Researchers need to work on the climate resistant crops, and then changes in the technologies and micro irrigation systems, setting up micro irrigation systems. And when we come to financing of adaptation, again, so what we did in the municipalities, we did all this strategically approach to the municipalities, first of all, and why we need this in the municipalities and why we need access to capital investments, because then average annual need is 5.7 trillion US dollars investment into infrastructure, just in case if you reach 2 Celsius degrees. And the annual costs of adaptation are between 1 billion to 100 billion US dollars, and 80% of these needs are in the cities. And what are the challenges in urban areas? The challenges in urban areas are all the ones that we have identified at the state level: energy, water, sanitation, democracy and human rights, food security, climate changes, environment. And as we all know, that investments into adaptation doesn't generate income such as the mitigation segment generates the income, actually savings, and you can get income. But in the adaptation, it's not the case. Therefore, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, municipalities do not have sufficient amounts, although they are responsible for all these sectors in different parts of the operation of the city. So what we did analyze it, and what is the wanted general framework of the planning in the cities. So we had to adapt all these long-term development strategies, then to define priorities, then out of the priorities to define operational program 1, program 2, program X, Y, Z, and then having in mind that municipalities do not have such a budgetary planning at the state level, so we tried to estimate multi-annual financial plan and multi-annual plan of capital investments, and to include them into annual budgets, which are prepared by the municipalities, and then out of that to have operational tasks and investment projects, and they have to be implemented in the country. So we did the strategies in both financing strategies at the level of the municipalities. But of course, it is very simple to say a strategy, but it is really, really huge task and challenge to implement the strategy. The key role in the strategies, in the development and the financing strategy as well, have to have development programs, multi-annual financial and investment plans, and of course, as low resources you have to have clearer priorities for budgeting process, because of course in each of the municipalities we faced the situation that we had 10 really huge or 15 huge priority projects for adaptation, and they are all influencing the activities in the cities. But then we had, out of these 10 priorities, again, we have to prioritize to 1 or 2 or maximum 3 in order to get into the budget for 1 year, then the second one will go into the budget for the next year, etc. So that we had to really specify if something is a priority, something else is a less priority than the one. So what we needed to finance? What are all the areas that need to be financed in order to adapt to climate changes? In addition to these investment infrastructure, etc., we have to invest into policies, programs, plans, to strengthen capacities, to differentiate agricultural production, etc. So it's not just to do measures at the level. We have to we have to invest into policies, programs, plans, etc. And so the results would be, as I said earlier on, mitigation is something that really generates income. Actually, it makes savings. So it is increased access and production of energy, low emissions, etc. But adaptation, what adaptation gives us? It gives us increased resistance and existence of the most vulnerable population, communities, and regions. It increased resistance in the sense of health and well-being of and then food and then water, etc. Then resistance of infrastructure on the climate change, and then ecosystems and ecosystem services. So these are the results of proper adaptation measures implemented in the countries. And what are the key preconditions for that? We really need multi-layer source of funds of financing. We need to face and resolve other development challenges of the cities, and we need to construct, actually to build the capacities of the cities to develop bankable projects for different spectrum of resources. And what is the financial framework of the municipality, which we analyzed here in Bosnia and Herzegovina? So we had the municipal government, this green box says, and there are different financial flows to the government, to the municipal government, and different flows to and from the municipal government. So the residents and economy subjects actually make taxes and incomes, and certain part of that goes to municipal government. then the state government transfer funds, then the development banks have loans, capital, like, as I said, bonds, etc., then international public institutions, and then increase the value of soil, of land, which gives us increased tax to the soil. So all the sources of finances which are currently in the governments of the municipalities, and then they have the special purposes, and then they have different projects and programs, and those are their costs that they have to finance. But we have to have in mind that municipalities provide financing not just for adaptation, they provide it for, I don't know, kindergarten, for school children, for operation of the city as a whole. So this is just one segment which needs to create a better environment for all these segments in the city. And as I've said, these are the sources of commercial sources of the financing in Bosnia and Herzegovina. As I said, transfers from the budgets, commercials and commercial or concession loans, private investments, fees and taxes, public-private partnerships, etc. And then international financial institutions like Global Environmental Fund, International Financial Institution, Green Climate Fund, etc., etc. And instruments which they have currently, I will not go through all of them, these grants, banks, loans, and bonds, green bonds, etc. Municipal bonds become very popular now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they started issuing municipal bonds. And financial instruments, I will not go into details of them. You probably all are aware of these collaterals and credit guarantees, sovereign state guarantees, etc. And current mechanisms are municipal development funds. We have a fund developed by UNDP as well in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Development Fund for Communal Infrastructure in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as the environmental funds in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Republika Srpska and Federation, again established with the support of UNDP, and revolving funds which are existing within the environmental funds in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they are really very significant part of they provide significant part of the investments into adaptation and mitigation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And what are all the thinking about financing of urban resistance? We have to rely on complementary sources of financing. We have to have access to sources of financing from private sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then we have financing of different projects, not just co-financing capital investments. Then municipalities have to be involved into programming, not just into implementation. Then we have to determine the cost of this added value, actually, of investment into climate resistance. And then we have to monitor financing and adaptation financing to climate change. We have to code the budgets for municipalities through national treasury systems. I have to mention that it goes now to Bosnia and Herzegovina. There is a project by the World Bank implemented into changing the whole system of the budgeting and reporting financing system, which will go through on the programming basis. Earlier on, it was a line-based budget. Now it will be program-based budget as well as program-based reporting. In that sense, we will really have a chance to monitor and properly report on the finances provided to climate changes, and then proper estimates of future needs, because the situation changes even faster than we planned. So, and we have developed the co-financing model of private sector for municipal plans of capital investments, and the ways how it should work. And then what are the challenges and what are the limitations? As I said, sector planning, financial forecasting, then bankable projects, non-financement, and different other really big challenges that we faced with, and we have to find solutions for that. Then credit capability of municipalities and their activities undertaking loans. And it is very difficult for the municipalities to take loans, having in mind their budget capacities. So we did evaluation and actually estimates, and we did the ways how to present municipal budget in the analysis of credit capability. So these are all the segments that have to be taken into account in order to make a municipality capable to take the credit, the loan from the commercial bank. So you see here capital investments, cash flow, sources of balances, annual cash flow, cash existing, having in mind the previous year, etc. Cumulated cash flow. Then we have total current incomes, all the incomes in the budget, then all the total expenditures in the budget, and the balance of the budget of the year. So in order to present one municipality to the bank, to the commercial banks, we had to take into account all these segments, and we analyzed all the budget in this sense in order to see if they are their credit capabilities. So what we implemented in pilot municipalities, we had 4 pilot municipalities. So we did completely analysis of the existing financing of the adaptation. Then we made a list of all identified financial sources. Then we did feasibility assessments for 4 municipalities. Then feasibility assessments of use of complementary sources of financing, and defined acceptable financing mechanisms and acceptable actually financial instruments. Then we proposed the access to municipal financing. Then we developed methodology and tools such as the multi-year programming of capital investments based on the data on risk, on climate risk. Then determined priority investments, then developed financial forecasting and midterm planning of municipal financing. Then we developed a tool of tools and manuals with application of climate data, of course, and workshops with the municipalities. And then we developed draft investment plans for selected municipalities and developed project concept notes, actually having in mind all the risks, climate risk, etc. And then we developed strategies of financing for adaptation of climate change in the municipalities. Just to show you one summary of the municipal capability, this is, for example, result of one of the municipality, accumulated cash, new capitals, new. So these are, I don't know if you see, just a second, I will try to. So you see, these are all the segments that have been taken into account when we analyze one municipality. For example, in order to show that one municipality is capable for taking loan, we have, for example, this yellow color shows us available funds in the municipality. The blue one shows us capital expenditures. The orange one shows us capital incomes. The green one shows us new loans. And the dark brown shows us accumulated cash in the city. And we did this analysis starting with 2003 up to 2000. This was for 2000 up to 2012. We took into account 3-year period, which shows us really what is capacity of the municipality and what is their capacity to repay the loan. So, for example, this is one of the municipalities showing the multi-annual plan of financing. For example, municipality of Lactași, which shows us that they are servicing their debt very successfully, and by the end of 2030, they will really be capable to analyze their debt, and they have accumulated cash from previous year, which is a really significant amount, and really it gives the chance and opportunity, because you see these these yellow boxes here, which shows that their loans, which they repaid in 2017 and 2018, and then in 2019 they have taken loan as well for some infrastructure, and they repaid it last year. So now they have sufficient amount of funds to be credit capable to take another loan for capital investment for adaptation, which they have done. And I have to mention you that after, although we finished the project, but we did follow what was the outcome and what was the result of all these activities that we have implemented. And this is the same situation with the Zenica city. With Zenica city again, which situation is even better, which they generate significant more capital revenues. Again, starting with 2017 to 2030, they will have significant amounts, and they have just a small loan in 2019 for some to overcome some city needs, but it gives really great chance for them to take the loan. It doesn't have to be grants, so they are capable to take the loan for adaptation. So what were the main conclusions is that main conclusions on the adaptation to climate changes in the cities can really help resolving other development challenges at the level of cities, as such as great infrastructure deficits. So they have all these infrastructure deficits can be resolved through the investments into this infrastructure. So it has to be taken into account. We concluded that they need multi-layer sources of financing, and they have to improve their credit capabilities. And then the financial capability of cities are the key for use of the full spectrum of resources and collection of the funds for climate action. And why we all need this, we really need to have proper financing, adaptation financing, in order to avoid this situation as it's called the white elephant. As you know, a white elephant, to invest something in a really, I don't know, huge airport or huge city hall or something like that. And then it is much more expensive to maintenance that than the worth of the infrastructure as well. So we really need, as I mentioned earlier, we really need proper investment plans and adapted to the climate changes. And what we finished in municipalities, I don't know if I will go through all of this, but as I've said, we did credit capability, capacities of the municipalities, planning, etc. What we need to have in municipalities, we have to change everything from the bottom up, actually. As we said, we need, as this photo says here, evidence-based policy, not policy-based evidence. This needs to be changed into municipalities and in their planning. So municipalities really need to use results generated through these tools and methodologies that were adopted through NAP project, and to present their needs, climate change adaptation needs financing to proper financial institutions. And they have to have access to state and entity level. So we see, for example, city of Trebinje. This is just an example. City of Trebinje, they are facing now with the significant urban floods, which they didn't have in recent years. They just have it in recent years, in maybe 5 or 10 years now. And the city doesn't have capacity to take this. What we talked in the beginning, they had this significant amount of precipitation in a very short period of time. So cities' infrastructure doesn't have capacity to accept that. So they will have to change the complete infrastructure. And I have to mention to you that later, after the end of our project, we had followed and monitored what's going on in these 4 cities. And for example, Trebinje city implemented more than 19 million euros, whether from their city budget, whether from the grant or from the loan, in order to adequately respond to these adaptation needs. So as well as Trebinje city as well, Zenica city invested 40 million euros, etc. So I think it was not too much. I was said that I would need to talk to 1 hour, almost 1 hour. So if you have any questions, please ask. There are significant processes. I have to mention that we really have adopted National Adaptation Plan document. We have adopted Monitoring and Evaluation Framework. We have adopted standard operating procedures. We have developed and adopted the financing strategies at the municipal level, and we have developed and adopted a state level financing strategy. Thank you for your attention. Sorry. Thanks for your attention. And if you have any questions, I don't know what happened with my screen sharing. Sharing, just a second.
Dear Luca, thank you for presentation. Of course, will be much appreciated if the presentation will be in English, so we can follow also in screen. My question is about the loans for the cities, and first of all, interest rate of these loans and the such optimistic payback is for adaptation projects looks a bit strange. Maybe you can bring some examples for what was loans takes and why such a short period payback was ensured.
I'm not sure I can respond to that question now. I would have to go back to the documents, because when we did all these analyses, because it was just, for example, if the municipality invested into certain infrastructural activity, short infrastructural activity, for example, in the water flow, in certain water flow, in municipality of Lactași, for example, this was I know that because we worked on that as well. Water flow, because they have a river that really makes a big floods. Part of the river makes big floods in the municipality, so they had to take the loan just to reconstruct that part of the bank of the municipality or of the river. So I'm not sure. I would have really to go back to data, because it was back in 2017. What was the interest rate from bank, etc. So I can respond to that. I can send you in writing if there are some specific questions as well.
Sorry for asking this, because usual practice is that adaptation projects are not so easy for the banks, for the IFIs to finance, because the payback is with environmental services or the services that, in your example, the river bank fixing is giving. It's not such attractive for the banks as energy, renewable energy loans or energy efficiency loans. So the cities also are thinking, for example, in our case, in Armenia, in the loans for the short payback, for example, energy efficiency lighting or solar energy installations. These are attractive, but not adaptation. And this is critical also for our discussion here.
Exactly. Just for example, just if you can see this slide. Exactly, adaptation. Therefore, I said all these analyses and all these this is a really complex process that needs to be done before approaching the bank. And for example, I know that, but again, I don't know what was the interest rate, but these 40 million euros that was taken by Zenica city municipality is for water pipelines, but because they are facing with drought problems, so they had to increase their water supply pipelines, and they have taken the loan from the European Investment Bank, and it is a 100% loan for this project. And as I see now, for example, in Trebinje city, there is a loan for construction of fecal sewage system. They applied, but it was back in 2023. So I hope, and then construction of storm sewage in the city. Glenn, they are waiting for the results of the call. So I would have to check, but I think they have got, because they are implementing these activities now in the city. I was in Trebinje city just 2 days ago for another project. So, but as you can see, majority of this is city budget or grant, but if you have to approach the bank, then this process really needs, I mean, this is something that helps municipalities. You see, they just had 400, for example, city of Zenica had just one small loan for 400,000 in 2020. So they don't have loans. They don't have loans now. The situation would change because in 2022 they got the loan, because this was when we were preparing NAP project. So the situation would change now. For example, in 2022 and 2023 they got this loan from EIB, and this for water supply system. So this needs to be presented. This needs to be presented to the in order to make them capable, because banks, of course, the banks want just something that is will generate income, generate revenues. And as we mentioned in the beginning, adaptation measures, they do not generate income, but they do create environment for all others that generate income. And unless you do this adaptation, then you cannot do other measures. I mean, you cannot do any other activities. For example, in city of Trebinje, where is this? City of Trebinje, I mean, all other activities will be, if you don't do this sewage system and this water, I don't know how to say it, water system, if you don't do greater pipelines and better sewage system to take all this water, all other economy activities in the city will be destroyed. So far, yes, it's difficult, but you have really to do strong and difficult analysis in order to prove it to the banks that the cities are capable. And one other thing that I haven't mentioned, maybe, because these global funds, access to financing to municipalities, it's very difficult to, first of all, to these global funds. Of course, municipalities do not have access. And we have association of cities and municipalities, but they are not capable of making applications for, I don't know, several municipalities together, etc. But what we did actually, and what is the process that is going on now, is that cities and municipalities approach, I don't know, Green Climate Fund or JEF or other funds through the environmental funds, because they are in the process of the being credited. Sorry, I apologize for being accredited for the applying to these funds. And so that was the idea, that the process goes through the environmental funds in Republika Srpska and Federation, where the municipalities from Republika Srpska 1, 2, 3, or 5, or 10 would jointly approach fund, and fund then jointly would send an application to the, because all the investments at the local level are very high. I mean, of course, at the state level also, but at the local level are very significant, and no single municipality can invest its own funds just for all these adaptation needs that we identified. So they would have to have support from these bigger funds, greater funds, for climate changes, etc. Some other, I can't hear you.
Sorry, one question.
Thank you very much for your presentation and all details about budget, financing. It was very useful for us, and it's nice to hear your experience in this area. But my area of interesting are especially monitoring and evaluation. So if you can give us some more detail about this process, because you tell that you adopted monitoring and evaluation plan, and how you decide which indicators include in that plan, and how you make selection of data and indicators for that.
You know, first of all, I would have to apologize, because as you can see, I myself, I was responsible for that. Therefore, I was doing the presentation. I was responsible for this financing part within the process. And my colleague Goran Bosankic was responsible for monitoring and evaluation and data collection and indicators. And as far as this part, much more details, I can send you even in writing. But what I can tell you is that monitoring and evaluation was developed, first of all, when we identified when NAP within this feasibility first process, starting with the NAP, they identified sectors that are the most vulnerable sectors. Then the monitoring and evaluation process was really tough, as well as financing. All these processes were very difficult, specifically have in mind that we have to have almost almost two countries within one country. So monitoring and evaluation was developed in a way that it took into account all these sectors that we were identified as the most vulnerable, and all the experts from different areas. I think maybe if I was told, I could have prepared at least to show you what it all includes. It includes all horizontal and vertical, so all the ministries, all the state level ministries, respective ministries for these sectors, as I said, were involved in that. Entity level ministries, and in federation there are cantonal level of the government and municipal level of the government as well, and as in Republika Srpska. So we had all these different levels. Then we had experts from these areas and different fields, and they all agreed about different monitoring and evaluation and indicators. And development of indicators was done by the specific experts together with this group. And I see my colleague Goran Bosankic is here, so he can give you more details about monitoring and evaluation. Goran, can we give a floor to Goran, please?
Thank you, Jovanka. Hello, colleagues. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, Goran. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. With regards to monitoring and evaluation indicators specifically, we actually examined several types of indicators. We examined climate parameters, we examined climate impacts, action of adaptation, and results of adaptation. And with regard to all of those types of indicators, we actually selected 17 indicators, and as my colleague said, those 17 indicators were tailor-made by the all institutions involved because of our political system. We need to have we have seven sectors, but 15 institutions because of the two entities that we have. So these 17 indicators are custom made to all relevant institutions, which is in line, which is tasked to collect those indicators, monitor, and then make some trends and projections for that. So basically, we defined 17 indicators. I think my colleague Jovanka mentioned that in her presentation, but we are all those indicators are defined in our NAP document as a part of SOP annex of the NAP document. So also we have that all details of all detailed indicators presented there. So basically we have those 17 indicators, and we decided to make SOP for data exchange of those indicators. So we need somehow of uniformity between institutions. So the level of details from that indicator will be same for input of the environmental information system that is part of all NAP process and that was developed through the NAP and now is a part of all monitoring and evaluation process. Well, that is in a nutshell what we did with regards to monitoring and evaluation. I hope my answer is adequate for you.
Goran, thank you very much. Very useful and insightful. Maybe if I can just from my side, because I read the document several times, so I would advise people just to have a look. There is an English version, of course, with much more detail regarding the process. And what we will do is we are going to translate these presentations in English. So we'll take them and translate them and then share with all the participants. And we will try to link as much as possible relevant documents that are mentioned. So for example, adaptation plan or whatever is available. So we will follow up with country offices, collect links and data, and then we will have a follow-up package with presentations in English, with all the material that was shared and links to documents that are available. So Gorane, Jovanka, thank you very much appreciated. Thank you for your time and very insightful presentation. So we will move now.
you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, so by the agenda, we are a little bit ahead, and we should have a coffee break. But if you are fine with it, maybe we can go with the next presentation of our colleagues from Armenia, and then. Okay. Then let's break, and then we will move back to the presentations. We have a little bit longer break. No one complains about that. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We can start. The next presentation is from our colleagues who are in the room, colleagues from Armenia. So please take your places.
I will speak standing. It's okay. So this will be combined presentation from 3 people, 2 from UNDP and 1 from the Ministry of Environment, which is the authorized agency for climate change coordination in Armenia. So historical project that we have, we start early in 2019 and finish the project in 2022. It was same structure of project. I was listening to other colleagues from other countries. The structure of project is similar. And the question is that even the duration of project was not 48, 42 months due to the late start of the project. So there was not any permission for extension of the project. So also this may be a case also for Montenegro. The legal framework as international framework is same for all countries. However, in Armenian national determined contributions second, which was adopted in 2021, the national adaptation plan is a must, and the adaptation is important for sustainable development of the country. And there is also identified the vulnerable sectors already in this document. And the next legal framework, which was very important also for timely approval of the products developed under this project, was the government. It was included in the governmental program with obligation for the Ministry of Environment by that date to submit the national adaptation program for approval. And of course, it is linked with sustainable development goals of the country. And the structure of adaptation planning process also is similar for all. I think it's stock taking, and for stock taking was used the all political documents or analysis assessments which was done in the country. Next stage was the CRVA. CRVA. This is a climate vulnerability assessment, which was based on the national communication, on previous studies, on the climate scenarios, and the assessment of the climate risks, and the link with the Sendai action plan was also important and analyzed in that context. And the next was adaptation planning and the adaptation monitoring and evaluation part. So these are critical for sustainability. And the important component is financing strategy. And the financing strategy is a part of the adaptation plan where the actions were valued by their monetary budget, and the identified sources and instruments include subvention. This is from the state budget, the public-private partnership opportunities, for example, as a water sector, irrigation, debt for climate swap. Now UNDP is helping the government to develop this model for the climate swap financing. And it was recommendation also for the IFIs in the sectors where there is possibility that loans are critical for that infrastructure improvement. The principles which are stated also in the Armenians NDC, it is ecosystem-based adaptation is a must and must be prioritized. Inclusiveness and participation of all from state to regional to local authorities. Gender responsive approach in adaptation. Openness, knowledge transfer is critical. That's why the national scientific community was also part of the project. Balancing risk and reduction with the development, so linking the priority areas for adaptation with critical national security issues. Climate vulnerability and social equity issue about vulnerable, socially disadvantaged population. And multi-hazard approach when the comprehensive approach to the hazards was critical also in the analysis, and climate aligned financial decision-making and management. The CRV approach was adapted to, it mixed from top down to bottom up. It was used the data models, downscaled models for the regional climate scenarios. Also bottom up due to surveys, data collection, interviews, focal groups where the knowledge for the community, risks and information was collected. Multi-sectoral wide approach because it is important for cross-cutting issues, and the indicator-based vulnerability assessment, which I will tell later that now it's already its indicators are developed, and through this we work very closely with statistical department, help them to respond to UN statistic committee for this pilot phase for climate indicators, and these climate indicators now will be also included in statistical reporting of nationwide. And applied gender sensitive approach here, we cooperate with Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor, which is the focal ministry for the gender policy. And now the action plan, which is will be approved by the government, have one priority, which is climate for gender action plan, and certain actions were fixed in this, so it will be under governmental control and monitoring. So the gender policy will be climate aligned. And so the choice of CRV approach was data availability, because I think in all our countries, the data availability and homogeneity, so accuracy of this data and comprehensiveness is the problem. And existing knowledge, which is assessment of methodologies used, it's another approach. Human-centered approach and financial and time resource availability, because sometimes very complex adaptation measures will be not feasible for implementation, and it must be step by step considering opportunities of their implementation. And with the scaling, the opportunities are also considered, and as a, also connected with identified risks. So main steps and activities in CRV as identifying indicators. Next was data and information collection, and second phase is assessment. And here was very important, as I mentioned, the surveys, focus group things, and understanding of the livelihood of the risks, their exposure, I mean, who will be more prone to these risks, and sensitivity and adoption of capacity, and scoring system was used for risk rating. And here is one example, for example, for tourism, where the likelihood, medium and high exposure and vulnerability was used as a criteria for understand the areas of more risk for tourism. And the mapping of exercise was done, and these maps are available, and these are included in tourism sector adaptation plan. And the zones for the risks also are identified, because there are more tourist attraction areas. And so the instruction and work with tourist operators was organized, informing them about risks and importance of diversifying their roads and tours. And these are also good that they are active income generation opportunity for the country. And a very important thing that never was evaluated in the national communication, it was energy sector vulnerability. And it was very done comprehensively, understanding the infrastructures, main thermal power plants, how they are vulnerable to the increasing temperature, availability of water, and efficiency loss of the thermal power plants due to temperature increase, which is each degree of temperature increase is reducing the the efficiency of thermal power plant by 1.5%. So it is huge drop, and it must be also considered in the energy policy. Another thing is landslides for the high voltage or gas network, and this was also ranked by its impact. By this ranking help to identify the most burning issues and important attention-taking things, and related also, I think we are saying in situation when now we evaluated that the summer peaks of the energy use are reaching the winter peaks. And this means that the system has also to consider these fluctuations of the demand for the energy. And the important dimension also, which was not so much taken in consideration with previous national communication, is socioeconomic dimensions of the climate change impacts. There was done special study for this, and I can't say that it was very comprehensive, but at least it was done, and it was showing also the principles, how the socioeconomic dimensions of climate change have to be analyzed. It is GDP contribution of the sector or the area. It's one dimension, is employment and income generated within that sector, consumption-based patterns, and who will be more affected for this, and migration. For example, the migration data also is critical, which is now, there is UN cooperation between International Migration Association and UNDP to understand how the migration can be linked with the climate change. And social aspects are very critical because there are occupational groups which are more suspected to the climate change. Open air works, it is farmers, it is construction workers, and there is also Ministry of Health has identified the red line when there is alerts, which is even by the media, TV, and by SMS were sent to the population when these are days and hours which is recommended not to be under the sun and open air, and the works in the construction sector have to be also considered. This availability of water must be, and so on. And of course, here is coming. Also, we discussed here yesterday about gender sensitivity. This is also issues where related to the women and their rights, and their most important thing is also their participation in the decision making in the community level. And what are the key challenges that we observe? And I think there is some things that are also common for all countries. It is data information gaps and access issues. Lack of comprehensive statistical input data in vulnerability assessment and models, because all models for the modeling the impact for sector, it will be water sector, all other sectors, need very disaggregated, very distributed data for making decisions. For example, we was discussing with the colleague from the Ministry of Health is this, that if you have average cases per month, it is not so easy for analysis how the heat waves or this period of heat waves is affecting the deaths or the morbidity cases. You need daily or at least decadal information to make understanding how climate change is impacting. This is, as we are saying, the average temperature in the hospital is normal. That's why the average monthly data is not enough for any assessments and delivering some conclusions from this. The question also is not unified, the information system and regular update of institutions. Sometimes you are finding very outdated information, but you need recent years data and so on. So this, as Borko mentioned, the presentations will be available and you can go through, maybe it will be helpful. And the most important thing that there is a lack of disaggregated data by regions, by communities, because some economics information, even the health or the income loss and such type of things is not disaggregated by MARSIS to understand more sensitive areas or more population strata which is more affected. Institutional gaps, lack of overall vision, strategy, institutions as understanding and capacity for this, not only willingness, but also understanding importance for the risk assessment. Insufficient level of institutions ownership to the adaptation and vulnerability understanding. And the funding for continuous specialized studies. We, for example, looking with seriousness about Serbia's assessment. So when the science behind all these decisions was very critical, and we also are facing that the science is underfunded, and to give some signals also for importance of the scientific studies in the climate change issue is very critical. And to engage the scientific community is also the very critical issue. Lack of skills. These are GIS systems. This is modeling in different institutions is critical, and using the remote sensing softwares. And of course, all these are critical. Besides this, we face also when the project started also this remote work for CR related to COVID. And you know how COVID affected all institutions and workers in the countries. And the most critical thing, and as I mentioned also yesterday during question raising about this, is loss and damage. And for loss and damage in monetary values is very critical because the natural loss is not enough. You need to monetarize the losses and damage in the vulnerable sectors for understanding also corresponding impact. And is most difficult for communication and ownership is the impact of slow onset measures, because this look out of governmental timelines. It need more long-term vision and more political will to take this about actions on a long, slow onset changes that is happening. And for planning preventive adaptation measures at national and subnational is critical, this information, and translation of adaptation priorities into investment strategy, including domestic and international financing, is very critical, this monitoring of the loss and damage. And what was done in the frames of the project to address and overcome some of identified challenges are as follows: trainings. It was institutional scheme which is coordinating the climate change in Armenia. It's Interagency Council and it's free working groups. So the members of these bodies were involved in the trainings. We have very important session with the parliament, with the Speaker of Parliament related to the climate, and this was due to cooperation with another UNDP project. It's Armenia for Modern Parliament project. We cooperate our efforts and did today such an event for Parliament and its commissions. We involve, as I remember, also one of the countries presented with public administration academy was involved. Also, we work with public administration academy for making training for Mars administrations and community administrations. They are their strength of knowledge is critical because these are the institution which is regularly training the administration. So now they have training modules also for the climate change, and all MARSes were covered. Another training which was for the hydromet specialists for using models and remote sensing technology and information in there. And of course, there was a lot of media training was organized for young journalists, but also with the active media And the Agrarian University of Yerevan and State University was involved in this, and for the school children. And these are these photos from these trainings. And these are awareness raising activities which were done a lot. Some are with the remote also possibility to join. And for Hydromet is very important because this gave impetus for the Hydromet and Monitoring Center under the ministry to do very intellectual work now for different projects. This was training on application of satellite imagery for the potential evapotranspiration, because when we are speaking with decision makers, there is, as you know, the climate deniers saying, today, this year, for example, in Armenia is not so hot and a lot of rain, flooding. Why you are speaking about reduction of the precipitation? In this type of environment, you have to have arguments. One argument is this, that precipitation is more fluctuating events, but temperature increase is must. And the data for Hydromet, and my colleague from ministry will show the picture, is the same for all the regions, that all these around 30 years, we have only average higher than average temperature. So if the temperature increase only is impacting, it's impacting evapotranspiration. And these are the most biggest impact for water availability. So this is argument around this, but also this have to be measured to understand the water balance in the country. Another use is the drones for the environmental monitoring, and it was used now, for example, to assess the pest invasion in the forests. Another is introduction training for all young specialists in Hydromet on GIS. It was 2 trainings we organized. So GIS now is training was organized with all computers available for work. And so this was good that Hydromet service valued this training and allowed these young specialists for 2 days to be involved in this training. And this is critical as for our region, the water is the most important thing, and that's why the hydrological analysis were in the critical for use of the GIS system. And this was training of students, media representatives, and school children with the awards, with some presents and such type of things, with logotypes and such type of. This is one important aspect that usual UNDP is using school children as the messengers to families about the climate change, and this instrument was used in NAP project. And these are with this is Minister of Education. She was active, supportive, and with this all our activities, and for including these curriculums and guidelines and posters as a facultative, not mandatory education materials in the schools. And I was also proud that this poster was used in the new climate box, which our region will benefit also from UNDP project, that this poster will be included in the new edition of this climate box. And here is also, we have very good public relations specialist. So she analyzed all the information due to our 3.5-year project, how many people we contacted, participated. It was for a small country. It's 3,200 people were participated in all events. And this is also important reporting tool for projects which are ongoing to collect information gender disaggregated. So you can see from this slide that the mostly women were participating, and you usually know that women are active in the soft components of the project. And I will pass to my colleague from the ministry for such legal and sustainable impacts of this project. I will come back for the water sector.
Good morning. I present the Climate Policy Department of the Ministry of Environment to emphasize the role of climate policy in Armenia. In 2020, the Climate Policy Department was established. The Climate Policy Department is responsible for UNFCCC and related activities, coordination and implementation in the Republic of Armenia, as well as coordination for the preparation of national communication, national adaptation plans, biennial transparency reports, future BORs, and GHG inventories. Armenia is a mountainous, landlocked, middle-income developing country. It occupies 29,743 kilometers in the southern Caucasus region of Eurasia. Its population is 2.96 million people. Oh, sorry. Over the 30 years, the annual average temperature was only higher above the baseline norm. Meanwhile, the annual average precipitation decreased by 14%. The graphic shows the trends of observed cumulative cases of hazardous hydrometeorological phenomena, such as hail, heavy rainfalls, frost, strong winds. And climate change and associated natural hazards in Armenia. And I think that many hazards and associated natural hazards can also be met in your country, such as heat waves, heavy rainfalls, strong winds. They threaten water security, health security, energy security, socioeconomic security. In general, it threatens national security. In May 2024, due to heavy rainfalls triggered floods in Armenia, causing Astev, Debet, and Tashi rivers to overflow. This was also as a result of climate change impacts. Here are the map shows projections of annual average air temperature by 2100, and due to these projections, the annual average temperature increase is predicted by annual average precipitation by 2100. The annual average precipitation will decrease by 8.3%. Projected impact of climate change in Armenia by 2100, snow cover reduction by 24 to 40%, reduction of soil humidity by 30%, decrease in crop yield production, such as wheat, potatoes, grapes, by approximately 20%, reduction of river inflow into reservoirs by approximately 60%, and etc. Based on 2.5 years studies, stakeholder consultations, analysis, the government approved National Action Program of Adaptation to Climate Change and list of measures for 2021 to 2025 for coordination and reporting of NEP. by the Prime Minister's decree, Interagency Coordinating Council on implementation of requirements and provisions of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement was established. The council is chaired by Deputy Prime Minister. There are also 3 working groups operating under the council. Also, to mainstream climate change into water code of the Republic of Armenia, there were adopted amendments by the National Assembly, and also also package of proposals were developed to mainstream climate change into the environmental impact assessment law. And there were developed adaptation plans for more vulnerable sectors to climate change, such as agriculture, health, for health sector, energy sector, tourism sector. All the adaptation development plans have been and are envisaged to be incorporated into the sectorial strategies. And water sector adaptation plan and 2022 to 2026 action plan has been approved by the government. And when we were talking about the importance of gender responsive and gender sensitive approaches in the action plan of the water sector adaptation plan, educational and gender priority measures have been envisaged for women of rural rural areas and single women head households, and for those women, and to encouraging women to be involved in water sector decision making and management processes. Also, Yerevan City adaptation plan has been developed and has been incorporated into the municipality sustainable energy and action plan. Also, adaptation plans have been developed for 4 regions: Shirak, Tavush, Gegarkunik, and Syunik regions. They were developed and submitted to the Ministry of Territorial Administration and Infrastructures and respective Mars administrations. Also, methodological guidelines for development of adaptation plans for settlement of the Republic of Armenia, landslide risk management in communities have been developed. Also, to water sector supportive documents have been developed. For instance, updated irrigation norms and regimes of agricultural crops in irrigated lands in the Republic of Armenia, assessment on feasibility of construction of 15 planned pre-studied reservoirs in Tavush and Gegarkunik Marzi, socio-economic impact assessment of climate change on water sector, including cost-benefit analysis for adaptation measures, prioritization, and investment planning. And also, I would like to mention, I think that it's worth to mention, to map climate and associated hazards in Armenia. climate risk and hazard atlas were developed for two regions, Chirac and Lori regions. Maps are posted and available in the GeoNode web-based application and platform, and planned to be posted on the official website of the Ministry of Environment. Also, publication of climate hazard and risk atlas for Lori and Chirac regions are in process. Thank you very much.
As a water sector is important, and the work, a lot of work was done, and for lobbying and for development of water adaptation plan as a cross-cutting issue, starting from agriculture to the fresh water supply to the population, to agriculture. Also, water is important for energy sector because around 35% of the hydro energy is in Armenian energy balances from the hydro resources. So the water sector adaptation plan is developed separately and adopted by the government as a separate document. And it was, of course, done based on the modeling by regions, and understanding with two models were used for comparing this. And of course, it was taken the most pessimistic scenario of the climate change, RSP 8.5. This is important because we have to understand that optimism in the climate change is less, it's more pessimistic scenarios are coming in. And this is showing that in any case, the water sector will be critical to be considered seriously in any strategies in the country. So key messages to be considered in climate-related decisions. It is that it is evident now, but it will exaggerate in future. And we listened also colleagues yesterday about this. Water is in the center of climate crisis as a risk, but also as its availability by quantity and by quality. And it is already scarce resource in our region. Maybe in Northern Europe, it's not so easy, but for our regions, it is evidence. And the quality sometimes is not overlooked in the climate change impact of water, but is very critical for health, for quality of water as well. And extremal situations, as today we saw the photos of in Bosnia-Herzegovina, same we face also that water precipitation is reducing, but we are receiving the rain as a flash rains. And for a longer period, when the vegetation need more water, there is no precipitation. So these are, and due to also being mountainous country, besides the seasonal this difference and peaks, there is also geographical distribution is different. So there is important study was done for Lake Sevan, and this was used in the new law for Sevan preparation, which is now will be presented to the government for approval. And several models were used for the understanding the water balance related to precipitation, evapotranspiration, and the river flow. And through this, the most important component affecting is the evapotranspiration, and this have to be considered in the water balance preparation. This is this file that is showing that the most important is evaporation, which is the most impacting part, and most how is very predictable part of the water balance impact. And the water quality is another issue, because through the flash rains, you are increasing the water regime and mineral regime change. Secondly, pollution of water with biomass and organic matter due to flooding. And increasing the water temperature is biochemical processes for the blooming, and the eutrophication is intensifying. And incidence of waterborne diseases also is linked to the water quality and water reduction in a river flow. And that's why this was included in the 2021 National Adaptation Plan, that as a reference point that must be developed also water sector adaptation plan. So next year it was developed and 26 measures were considered, measures that we included, and the valuation of their cost was done on a soft component, mainly, as some our colleagues also mentioned, because infrastructural cost is much difficult to calculate. So it is soft impact about how to develop, or more short-term actions which are predictable by cost were considered in these 26 adaptation measures. And these are one part of this is showing the vulnerability of this document of the sector. Another is connected with the challenges of the water sector, in water sector due to climate change. Another is important, the distribution of roles in the adaptation plans, who will be responsible for action and who will be responsible for monitoring and who will be responsible for the assessment of the impact. So governance roles and responsibilities are the part of this legal act, and recommendations were done for cross-sectoral coordination, because besides conflicts between countries on a transboundary water resources, there is conflicts also inside the country, but due to different users and their strength to access to water resources. And the indicators was also used for monitoring and assessment of the impact of the measures planned under this legal act. And feasibility study design of commencement of construction of 6 priority reservoirs, because when Annie was presenting, when we analyzed pre-designs of 15 reservoirs, we understand that for 2 reservoirs, the design is showing a very optimistic scenario about water availability. So advice to the government was to exclude these 2 reservoirs because the amount of water will be not enough. Upgrade, and also it was mentioned that water losses are another such a low-hanging fruit to increase the water availability. Due to reduction of losses, you will have more water. Installation of remote control for the underground water resources. It is very critical, because when something is counted, it's very easy to impact the use of this quantity. So this is government is now implementing remote metering, and it is must for fishery, this pond breeding of the fishes are very critical, and they are depleting the groundwater resources. So now they must have all metered water use and limitation of the water, and important that the certain percentage of the water must be reused. Another important thing is support to meteorological stations. So there was in the plan, it was 14 hydrological and 5 meteorological monitoring stations, and the 5 it is good that they are also already funded by from the state budget. Besides, my colleague will tell about donor support. And flood risk mitigation also is a must for regional authorities to have settlement-based flood risk mitigation. And another project that maybe will be soon provided for the support, it is dam safety analysis and actions. And legal measures is that this was done in the very high level document, in the water code, that all water basin management plans has to include not current water availability, but projected reduction as well. Establishing the wastewater treatment standards for water reuse, because colleague will present one project of UNDP. It was very difficult to approve this project environmental impact assessment, because at that time there was not norms for reuse of water. And another issue is the nature use fees and taxes were revised and increased. So this will be also another implication for improving water management. And provision of permits for water use have to include not current availability, but projected also impact. So for long-term permits, they will be will reduce the risk of investments, because the permits will be not given for with the risk for the government. And the institutional policy need, which is also included in this plan, it is flood risk management plans, drought risk management plans, and water allocation mechanism in selected basins must be introduced, and capacity building for the self-governing bodies, water associations, and respective agencies is also must. Aram, I'm transferring to you.
Hi, my name is Aram. I'm from UNDP in Armenia. Our presentation is approaching to its completion. I promise it will not take long. So as we speak about the most vulnerable sectors, and probably in all countries, the most of the longer list of vulnerable sectors is water and agriculture sectors. We would like to highlight some what UNDP have been doing, supporting the sustainability of water sector and adaptation in water sector. But going back to it is whatever we have done is there are some similarities with other countries we heard today and yesterday, and there are some differences. But I think that just would like to highlight once again that our NAP document is actually a framework strategy for like 10-year period, no longer. It's not. There is no limitation of time, but it's just a framework document. And the action plan is for 5 years, and there is iteration mentioned in the NAP that it should be updated every 5 years. And we were lucky also, it was highlighted today, but once again, I would like to stress on it that we were able to mainstream in the water code that water sector adaptation plan is a must. It is required by law. It has to be updated every 5 years. So water sector, one of the projects probably not following the NAP, but like implemented much earlier. This is under the small grants, UNDP small grants program. This is the first ever community level wastewater treatment plan. And actually this was kind of very important for the community, for the use of water. And like several years ago, I heard from the community deputy head of the community that it's not properly working, but they were able to raise additional funds and to renovate it so it is properly working now. And construction of small water storage facilities is now like very popular in Armenia. It is going on under the different projects, UNDP, not only UNDP. I'm currently working for a project which will construct 2 more small water storage facilities, most importantly, like managed by the communities. So there are examples, and it's not only the pond, it's like energy efficiency, whatever. We are quite successful in it. I think it's not only it's going on in Armenia, but this is our experience. And when we speak about water, we speak also, of course, like hydrometeorology, about agriculture. And so we have like 47 weather observation stations in Armenia. 24 were modernized with installation of new automatic weather observation stations with another donor. And the recent one, Japan government at Japan supplementary budget funded modernization of 11 more automatic weather stations. So far we have like 80% of weather stations, weather observation stations, modernize it, fully modernize it, and probably worth to mention once again, and seeing that government allocated some amount for modernizing the rest. So is government also investing in this? Another important one, when we have like automatic weather station, when data automatically come to the hydromet, what is happening next? If you don't have like a software, you know, like analyzing it automatically, it comes to automatically to the hydromet, then you have the rest you have to do manually. So we supported under this Japan-funded project to establish a unified information management system, which digitizes and modernizes and makes it more automatic. And then it's like interactively connected with website, with mobile app, which will be functional very soon. So we'll have like early warning system, much improved under following these activities. Another Japan-funded projects like the very recent projects related especially to water sectors, always, not necessarily only in UNDP and other organizations, but they always refer to NDC, to National Adaptation Plan, and more specifically to Water Sector Adaptation Plan. So what we have with another project, so we have modernized very recently 3 pumping stations. This is important for agriculture. So instead of conventional pumps, when we say pumping station, I mean, specialists will understand, it means that a group of pumps, yeah? So a bunch of pumps. So we have installed like 7 new energy efficiency pump and installed a photovoltaic station. So as a result, we reduced, almost eliminated the energy cost of pumping station in 2 regions. In one region, 100%, because they don't need like power supply from the grid, and 90% in another region. Thanks to this activity, we reduced CO2 emissions. Irrigation water self-cost price were reduced by 41%. Volume of pumped irrigation water was increased by 25%. It doesn't mean that we made them to use more water. We just reduced the losses of water. So the water which was lost now is used for irrigation if necessary. Not because of you know, like technology of new energy efficiency pump, it provides variable flows. You know, like if you need today more water, they supply more water. And uninterrupted water supply capacity for target area increased it twice. That's it. I promised my part will be very short. Thank you very much. And if you don't see it, nature-ic.am, it's our UNDP's and ministries joint climate change program website. Whatever is done under the NAP and much moreover, national communications, all projects related to climate change. So just access nature-ic.am and you will see, we will provide this link, but most of the climate change related project implemented by UNDP, starting from product to results, to reports, to events, whatever is over there, so you can use it. And you can contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you just answered my question, whether we can have documents and inputs, preferably in English, but we will visit the Listen, with modern AI technologies, translation became much easier, so we will manage somehow. So thank you very much. It was extremely interesting presentation, really details, and I'm impressed by the number of parallel activities that you had under your GCF project. So I can only imagine how complex and complicated that was to coordinate and then put in on the same umbrella other projects, etc., etc. So thank you very much. Valuable and very, very, very valuable experience. Thank you very much. So questions? No.
This was done due to, it's more than 10, 12 years that we are applying programmatic approach in UNDP. when we have one program on climate change. So they are using the knowledge, the expertise in different projects, but to synergize the impacts. So all these latest impacts on the hydrometeorology automatic stations or this water-related small grant support or Japanese, they are going in parallel to the climate change. It's not under the NAP project.
I understood it. Thank you. Maybe my English, because I'm a little bit tired. So, you know, when I become tired, my English goes down. But it's obvious that there is a strategic vision, and that's very, very nice to see, because, you know, there is a challenge, there is a problem. How can we tackle it from different sides, but in a coordinated manner? So my sense is that, and I read your national adaptation plan. I missed the water plan, so that will be probably for weekend homework for me. But there is a strategic approach, and there is how to have this coordinated. So well done, and good example for all of us. Lesson learned, and thank you for sharing. So any questions?
I have two questions actually. Saulet from Kazakhstan, and the first one, Diana showed the trainings, what was performed. I believe that there was a lot of trainings and some sessions, but there was a special training for university. What was the purpose of this training? It's a training for CRVA system, or for what they do? And the second one, you almost finished the project, or maybe already finished, yes? Okay. Then who take the flag of the NAP? I mean, who was the owner of the next actions? You know, you create the plans and everything, and who is the owner? Who is doing the CRVA? Who is doing the other parts of the work, which is going for the next? I mean, for the next stages.
So first of all, the owner is, of course, Ministry of Environment. But of course, we are now also minister is raising this issue in front of the donors and UNDP, particularly about NAP2. And I understand that the Serbia is also in this process, because they also are early starters, and the NAP process must be continuous. And of course, you perfectly understand on this stage, the donor support is very critical, and is very critical also agency knowledge behind that. So that's why as I know, UNDP is organizing also in September one discussion about NAP opportunities, and understanding if because GCF has planned another bunch of support for readiness support, and it can be possible maybe to apply for NAP2, but I don't know how speedy it will be. The GCF is not easy donor. And another issue is that a lot of things that are planned are part of the government obligations. For example, supporting in these ponds and the communities to apply such, there is subvention also. This project that Aram was showing about community ponds are around 70% are funded by the state subvention project as a support scheme to the communities. Part of money of the 70%, around 20, is community budget participation, and UNDP provide intellectual support and 30% grant. So these are packaging very nicely knowledge and pulling the budgets up for doing this. Another issue is about the water infrastructure improvements. These are the messages to the IFIs who are supporting the government in water sector, because Armenian freshwater support is a public-private partnership, and this international institution who is in charge of this. But there is a must now for considering the reduction of losses. So as a monopoly service, this is must for reducing now the losses, and each year the investment plan of this organization is controlled by Public Services Regulatory Commission, that they have to report about the reduction of losses. So there are, this is a framework document where different actors have their role in that. And as I mentioned, there is another project that EU and UNDP is implementing, is 7 law and 7 region management plan as important ecosystem, but also is important fresh water supply, natural reservoir, we can say. So that these are messages are critical for which it's in the NAP for different actors.
And I add on it. Okay, going back to the first question, trainings for university students, it was mostly on awareness raising. And you know, these sort of activities have to be ongoing. You can't complete it within 5 years at university, and also journalists. It was for school children, for universities, for media representatives, and on the ownership of the NAP. The GCF-funded NAP project supported the government with developing the National Adaptation Plan and its action plan. It was approved in 2021. And, you know, developing action plan is one stuff and implementing is a different stuff. What was planned from the very beginning, we succeed with approval by the government of the adaptation plan, the project would support implementation of the approved action plan. So, I mean, more than 50%, I would say even 3/4 of the action plan approved by the government was UNDP NAP, GCF-funded NAP project supported the implementation. So most of the plan is implemented. And then I can highlight only also the transport sector adaptation plan development was also planned by the action plan, but not supported by the UNDP. Nowadays, it's Asian Development Bank is supporting the government of Armenia with development of transport sector adaptation plan. So it's like helping the ministry to find other partners and donors. A survey was survey for each sector was part of the plan. It's like Diana had a slide on it. So it was, I mean, approaching to a sector for development of adaptation plan. CRVA was done from the very beginning. From the very beginning. In some cases, it was a different company hired. And then, yeah, but this was also supported by UNDP NAP project. And I would want to highlight once again, NAP project supported like 5 sectors. We have 5 most vulnerable sectors as it is in NDC Armenia. It was water, agriculture, health, tourism, energy, and settlements. For settlements, we didn't develop an action plan, but the guidelines.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I understood well, that's always very welcome. If I understood well, so NAP provides a framework, a long-term framework. So it's not, if I understood well, time bound or limited. And then you have 5-year plans, and then you fit in new sectors, new activities, new donors, etc., etc. Brilliant. That flexibility is actually a good response to adaptation challenges, who are very dynamic, and they constantly evolve and change, etc., etc. Thank you very much. We have until the lunch break some 15 minutes, and I think that our colleague will fit in that slot.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Ina Gerveni, NAP project assistant. In fact, the project manager, Ms. Laureta Dibra, would have been here today, but due to last-minute arrangements within the institution, she couldn't. So I hope to make a decent presentation for all of you. This one? The Albanian National Adaptation Planning is a 4-year project founded by Green Climate Fund, implemented by UNDP Albania, with the main beneficiary, the Ministry of Tourism and Environment. This project started in July 2021, and it is in its third year of implementation. Right now, we are under the required 1-year extension and are in the negotiation with the donor. The project is designed to help the government to increase its capacity to address the climate change vulnerabilities, with the main outcome to develop a nation adaptation plan for the CCA. This has to be done through 3 main outcomes: assessing and addressing the institutional and capacity gaps, development of an UP strategy action plan and its implementation plan, and finally, by developing a financing strategy and M&E system for CCA in medium to long term. The initiative combines the work done in the central and local level. In the central level, the focus has been on the 5 priority sector, identified as priority sector, which are agriculture, tourism, urban development, transport and energy. Meanwhile, in the local level, the focus has been on the 8 vulnerable municipalities to develop a local adaptation plan. The overall goal of this project is to reduce the climate change related risk through strengthening the institutional and technical capacities by utilizing an integrated gender sensitive approach. Specifically, this has been done by establishing a national process to coordinate adaptation planning, by identifying capacity gaps and building capacities, by preparing the national plan and local adaptation plan, by establishing an M&E system, designing a communication strategy, a gender action plan, and a financing strategy. The methodology used for NAP Albanian is that of UNFCCC and is built on the 4 core elements, laying the ground and addressing gaps, then going further with the preparatory elements, after that the implementation strategy, and finally reporting, monitoring and reviewing. On the first element, it has been focused on strengthening legal and institution framework and mandate for CCA work, especially at the national level. In our country, this means strengthening the institutional role, defining the mission and mandate of the Interministerial Working Group on Climate Change, as well as revision of the status of Institute of Geosciences, especially for tasks related to risk assessment and climate scenarios. The second step on the first element is upgrading stock-taking on climate vulnerabilities by understanding the actors and their roles, by showing existing adaptation initiatives and their potential, by determining capacity level. Finally, it has been addressing the CCI related capacity gaps at national and subnational level. This step is under implementation right now through a national training program, which is being implemented throughout 2024, and the developing of a work study programs. It hasn't started yet. It is foreseen to start by September 2024. On the third element, what has actually been done is the development of climate change scenarios at the national level, at the local level, the preparation of the vulnerability and the risk assessment report for the 5 priority sectors, also in the national level, the development of a list with identified adaptation intervention in the national level. This list is currently finalized, but it is under the consultation process with all the relevant stakeholders. Also, the risk assessment report for the 5 priority sectors in the 8 municipalities are developed. In the local level, it has been developed also a list of adaptation intervention, which is also prioritized. Also, this list is under the consultation process. Furthermore, on the second part of 2024, it is foreseen to be finished the guidelines and methodology for infrastructure and housing related risk, as well as reviewing engineering standards for infrastructure assets. I'm not the technical person of the project, but the main outcome from the risk assessment and vulnerability studies is that currently in Albania, the sectors with high risk ratings are agriculture and tourism, but future projections has shown that urban development together with agriculture and tourism will be also at highest risk. On the third element of the methodology, under drafting process is the NAP strategy and this action plan. We foreseen to have the first draft by September 2024. Promotion of CCA integration into existing planning and budgeting is ongoing. Also in development are the communication and stakeholder outreach plan, the gender action plan, as well as the knowledge management and outreach platform on CCA to support long-term communication on climate change data and information. The 8 municipal or local adaptation plan labs, as we refer to them, are finalized and they are under adoption procedure within the municipal council. As per the last element of the methodology, referring to reporting, monitoring, and reviewing, the M&E system has just started to be established, and as well identifying option for securing and scaling up financing for adoption is foreseen to start on August 2024. The rest of the presentation will focus on some of the main activities, especially throughout 2024, that the project in close collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and Environment has done. These activities are under NAP gender plan, activities under the national training program. As I said before, this national training program is being implemented throughout 2024 and includes various topics. Activities on risk and vulnerable assessment on national level as well as on local level. Activities on the use of CCA indicators for M&E system. As well as throughout 2 years, in fact, there have been many activities just for the drafting of the local adaptation plan. They started as small-scale meetings with mayors and their advisor. Then it went very technical with municipal staff, and then we went through the consultation minute when the final draft were presented to the municipal council. These are the cover pages of 8 local adaptation plans that are going under the adoption. And these are the final meetings in each municipality for the presentation of the final drafts. For each municipality and each local adaptation plan, we have also prepared a leaflet that explains the whole process, including even some scientific data on each municipality, as well as the adaptation measure identified. On the last page of the leaflet, we have attached the barcodes. The one on the right tells about the NAP process. You can scan it if you want. And the local adaptation plan titled by barcode is about the scientific data, especially about the risk maps. This one, the one in the left is the more interesting because it gives all the scientific data. You can scan it. Other activities are regarding communication and outreach plan. These activities has been done not only with the public institution, but also with the private sector. And we are happy to say that the involvement of many stakeholders, not only from the public institution, but also private sector and the community in general, were included. And they participated heavily. We have had a very wide coverage from the national and local media too. We have presented some of the main links. And finally, I wanted to conclude this presentation with a very short video on the whole process, NAP process. There is a part in the video where the Ministry of Environment has a small speech in Albanian, so sorry in advance, we didn't have a lot of time to add the subtitles. But the main message that she is giving is about raising awareness and going to the public with simple words to understand the climate change issues and their effects, not to just have the climate change as an abstract notion. Can you play the video? She must have a voice. The video is with voice too. Maybe the voice on this computer? Just a moment, because the video has also some voice that narrative voice that explain the whole process. Can we open the video somewhere else?
Global warming impacts every corner of the globe, and Albania is no exception. The country faces mounting risks from climate change, including floods, fires, and erosion. In response, 8 municipalities, supported by the Ministry of Tourism and Environment, UNDP, and Green Climate Fund, have united to develop the National Adaptation Planning process. This initiative aimed to shield communities and key sectors from climate change effects. Municipalities provided historical data for risk assessments, while local staff and institutions learned the importance of climate adaptation planning. 570 representatives from these 8 municipalities engaged in the process. The Ministry of Tourism and Environment, with the support of UNDP and the Green Climate Fund, proudly hosted a national conference on June 18, 2024.
Kur vjen përmbytja, kur vjen shirat, kur vin zjarret, kur vin temperaturat e larta, në këtë brezin e mesdheut na kap edhe ne. Prandaj, me një aktivitet të tillë, me programet shumë të rëndësishme që ne bëjmë me partnerët tanë ndërkombëtar, gjëja e mirë është që, dhe më vjen shumë mirë që jemi këtu, është janë përfshirë bashkit. Bashkit janë në territor, bashkit janë në komunitet. Kjo fjala ndryshime klimatike ndoshta do duhet që të gjejmë ca terma të tjerë për të shkuar më afër njerëzve edhe për ta bërë më pak abstrakt. Po këtë që i kemi bërë territorit ne për 30 vjet, vjen një moment kur detyrohemi të marrim masa drastike. Ta lëmë biodiversitetin në rrjedhën e tij natyrore.
As you already know, Albania is one of the most vulnerable countries in Europe towards climate changes. So this huge step of the project by GCF funded and implemented by UNDP has reached a new milestone. These local plans will help us to better finance the local efforts and the efforts of the Ministry of Tourism and Environment of Albania to tackle the climate changes and all the measures that are already set in the plans.
With the local adaptation plan, these 8 municipalities in Albania will have a concrete guide to better protect local communities and priority sectors from climate change impacts. It's time for local climate action.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for the video, for the presentation and information. So very useful. Any questions in the room or any topic to add? Okay, again, so we finished the first part of the day. Now it's a 1 hour lunch break, and then we will proceed with the final presentation and the closure of the workshop. So thank you very much for participating in the first part. I'm sure that the last presentation will be exciting and interesting as this morning. So see you in 1 hour. Thank you. Thank you.
yuga ostak. O most ketdi oqirqi. Mana ek
Okay, so that was some issues that we are facing when it comes to floods. As you can see, small country and very vulnerable to floods, both in Central and South Park, flush waters, lake, etc., and the northern part for our rivers. So we prepared for small, let's say, sketches of issues that we are facing in this video format. So lunch is over. So last session. Thank you very much for preparing the presentation and taking over.
Yes, thank you, Borko. Special thank to getting our presentation for the after lunch when everybody will just fall asleep. Hope don't listen very much. No. Of course, thank you for hosting all of us. That was a brilliant discussion. And I want to start my presentation with the greetings and cheers for the NAP logo Montenegro. That was actually great. So to be quick and start, I will tell that we're on the final stage. So 16th of November, 2024, that will be closure of the project with the 6 month of extension. 4 sectors, 3 province. End of presentation. Just kidding. Let me show background of Kyrgyzstan and the context. As we see that Europe, the heating and the temperature, we were blessed this year in Kyrgyzstan. We have amazing spring with beautiful weather, but also the impact of climate change was showing in different case. Let me show the recent So as you see, this is we have a mud flows on the June of 28 in Naukat province. We have officially registered 15 deaths. 5 of them was underage, and 2 kids they for citizens of Kazakhstan. And why I show this video as well, so you can see that most of the rescued people they were women. As you know that you'll see later on, we have a 7 million population and 1 million of Kyrgyz citizens, they officially registered as migrants in Russia. And most of the migrants, they of course male, and you can, this is what we're talking most of our project, why gender is important. Like when you work with the Ministry of Emergency, it's very important who you evacuate, and most of the evacuated, they were women, and they were also elder age.
Ana Yugo-Vostok, MCS. O most ketdi, oqirqi. Ana iki mujik qolib ketdi. Mısır'ın varın bir tozalay turgan oldu da. Tonna mısırlar.
نفس الجو بعد نفس العصب ده مصار عصب
So as you see, was mud flows in Kyrgyzstan. They were caused by the local precipitation, which is like actually very hard to predict. And this was a current. Only 5 people were died. 4, they were whole family, also migrants from Russia. It was a mother with 3 daughters. 2 bodies they were found on the border with Uzbekistan. and one man, he died during the rescue operation. And just now they announced that our second person in the country, they will give 1 million each to the a family of death and injured people, and one, as you see, like almost 800 household also was destroyed. So this is giving a very hard brief about our country. So as you see that 90% of country is a mountain area, which is also very important. Just recently, Antonio Gutierrez visited Central Asian countries. He also was in Kyrgyzstan, and he visited one of the UNDP projects. And then they raised that mountain agenda is very important now, and we try to all our climate change projects and the sustainable development also link with the mountain agenda. And you can see here that our square, that our population, to give you the brief, and talking about the vulnerability, we're on the 65th place, so it's right on the middle. It's not very bad, and of course not amazing. And so this is like, if we talk about Central Asia, I have another slide, but I think Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, they're less vulnerable in Central Asia region. Kyrgyzstan consists of 4 climate zones. You can see that one of the zones is very also important. It's northeastern region, Issyk-Kul basin. That's why we didn't have also in our sector, we don't have tourism, but tourism was very important, especially in the summertime. We have that lake, which attracts many tourists from Kazakhstan, from Russia as well. And that area's climatic zone is very important. I will talk about later. We have one of the concept note is also staying on that area next to the Issyk-Kul. What the impact of the climate change in Kyrgyzstan? As usual, this is like heat, rise of temperature, then the snowfields, the impact of the glaciers, because as I told that the 90% of the country is located on the mountains, and we also, our rivers and most of the Central Asian countries impact on the glacier melting. As I mentioned, it was our NAP, not the UNDP GCF project. We have several NAPs before implemented by Kyrgyzstan. So this you can see in the 3 strategy notes by our government. It was implemented, but our NAP UNDP implemented, it was based on the resolution of the government of 2017. And based on that document were selected 4 priority sectors. It's agriculture, we were working with the Ministry of Agriculture, Health. I think this is the biggest difference with most of the NAPs were presented in 2 days. Biodiversity, we're working with Ministry of Environment and the Disaster Risk Reduction, and our main partners from Ministry of Emergency, which is also different from the rest of presentation, what I mentioned before. Now we're on the final stage, so we have all these 4 sectors. We're combining all of them. And regardless of UNDP project, ADB, Asian Development Bank, they implemented 2 NAPs. It was a transport. It's not about electromobiles, transport, I mean infrastructure. It's about connections, yes, and urban. So we're going to, now we're on the cost, we're on the costing the NAPs, and we're also going to add 2 more sectors. So this is again the same as I think all of the projects were based, that will also start from the collecting the data, how the impact of climate change will on the different sectors. And this is a body of our project. So now we're on the stage, as everybody, I told we are on the D1. We're on the stage of combining all the NAPs, and then we're on the on the monitoring and evaluation. So we're almost on the last stage of the project. As everybody mentioned before, at the beginning of the project, we face a lack of the data, and I think one of the most important issue, it was a methodology. So the company was, for us, preparing NAP, they work on 100 different methodologies. And I think that was also a proposal that if we can have some global methodology recognized, I saw that Albania, they have one recognized, especially at least on the region, but our company working on the last NAP, they research more than 100 different methodologies. And we just present on the 31st of May different plans. And according to our in our presentation, so the health sector is most vulnerable for climate change. And on the second, you can see agriculture. But you see it's a different, what is on the current and on the future. Like, for example, you can see that biodiversity is almost the same level, and it's like kind of on the middle. But you can see the huge for the health, and the huge difference also for the disaster risk reduction and agriculture. Moreover, it was not only different sectors, as I told before, we also did in 3 vulnerable provinces. In Kyrgyzstan, we have 7 provinces, we call them oblasts. And those 3 south oblasts, they were most vulnerable for climate change. And also what we did further, so we have province, it was a 3 from south, but we also again worked together with WF with the World Food Program about to have a district level, because they also did their program together with FAO. I think they start, and they will have in one oblast, Batken, the most vulnerable in the whole country, they also have in the district, and we also put it there. So also you can see that Batken is the most vulnerable, and then Jalabad and Osh. This is our province in the south, and as I mentioned before, this is most of our migrants also came from the south as well in Russia. This is what I mentioned about we go further. One province, so we also get data from World Food Program. They did also a huge project. They won the final stage. We also did costing, and we also add the 3 districts. So we get to the micro level. And we're also on the stage of publishing all our materials, and this was made almost a year ago. This is about potential of 4 different ministers, and now what we face, maybe it's also will be actually lesson learned for the different projects. When we published, we're going to publish these numbers. Ministries, they're not happy to show that their potential very low. Like you can see that healthcare is a 37%, biodiversity is like even also less than 40. I think DRR is let's see, DRR is 40%, and the agriculture is the most. It's turned off. It's turned off. It's fine. So when we're going to publish the documents, of course, we need to, as I think everybody is working with the government and approval, and then the one is the job is done and the project is over, we're closing the NAP. Now they're asking to change the numbers. So we're working with the ministries, and they're like, you cannot show that our potential is that low. So this is what we're facing. I think that also it's very important not to publish by the end all the project implementation, but also to be on the contact and tell that we're working on the project, but because the numbers was from the last year, but we're going publish now, and then they, because of their shame, they're asking, you cannot show that our potential is actually very low. What I think we talk about the lack of data, what our main I think also innovation different from other NAP. It was we work closely with the, and we're lucky we work with the Ministry of Environment. We have a very huge name of Ministry of Environment, Natural Resources and Technical Supervision. And they were very good with us and to the contact. They basically gave us their website to update. And then we have on their website to put all the data. And this is an interactive map. And also idea was to have like a roster on UNDP. We have when you can hire all the experts. So all the experts on climate change, on disaster risk reduction, they can put their CVs. So when you need to hire somebody, you can go through their system as well. And we also in the frame of a NAP, we were lucky. We worked together with the interdepartmental working group. It representative of 11 sectors also vulnerable for climate change, and also includes 7 provinces together. And we also by this time hold 9 meetings. That was a success by the time. And we also work with the Kyrgyz Gidromet. I don't know how in different countries, but in Kyrgyz Gidromet, we're still buying data. They're selling data. They're not open for the, and they have the same price for the government, for example. But then we did also a change of the law when then they can share data, at least with the National Statistic Committee. So I'll show how many statistical indicators connected to climate change was within the NAP share with the Statistical Committee. And of course, because like when we start the project, staff of the Kyrgyz Gidromet, they have no idea about different scenarios of different about the climate change. And since we cannot buy equipment, we also invite experts. I don't know why, but in Kyrgyzstan, they love Russian experts, especially Nobel Prize nominees, and then they have a good background, Kyrgyz Gidromet. And then we also invite to their capacity building and to work, of course, on the CMI P6. So this is a climate products of Kyrgyzstan. You can see now we face that again on our publication, on our brochures, because we have about like you cannot tell it's a heat in, I don't know, in Russian, and here we use жара, but it's a wrong name. We should call that волны жары. And for example, here we see the difference. Like for example, Ministry of Emergency, they identify 5 days in a row. It's when it's above 40, but the standards that give like 6 days. And then this a small number can also be like challenging and controversial. So you can see the climate products like within the NAP, and together with our partners, we implement. This is also 12. So what the indicators, as I mentioned before, we ask that Kyrgyz Gidromet can share with the National Statistic Committee, and we include on the roadmap of statistics. We already presented that on 31st, and we show that how many indicators connected to the climate change. So this was a 95 indicators shared, and 59 that was sectorial, and then 40 indicators there was to the climate change agenda. You can see that also was included in our roadmap on statistics. And we also work very closely with the Ministry of Economy in Kyrgyzstan. And they help us, and this is in the gender aspect and also in the capacity building with the, as I told about these 3 provinces. So I was also one of the who traveled there and was a capacity building of the, not just only local government representatives, but also building their knowledges about the climate change adaptation. We didn't do like in the cities, but we go further to the like closest and the far away distance from center to the villages, talk about the climate change and the impact. This is the trainings what we provided in 7 provinces of Kyrgyzstan. That was almost 500. And you see in the provinces where that everybody mentioned that I think at the middle level you have a woman participating, but that show in the even in the province level only 200 women. That's like 30%. They were participating in our capacity building trainings. So this is about our sector's priority. This is again indicators that we sectorial and not non-sectorials we also include into our NAP. So this is about let me show them how many laws, and then we work together. Our main partner was Ministry of Emergency, and how many laws in the frame of NAP they were changed, and we also see the long-term and medium more than 100 NAPs, but only 19 were selected for the financing Ministry of Emergency. We have from the classification 9 of slow onset hazard implemented in Kyrgyzstan. You can also see them out of 12. This is what I told that slow onset hazards was our Ministry of Emergency. They were our main partners to change the law, and then we have the orders about slow on hazard. And we also work on the action plan for 3 slow onset hazard heat waves, cold waves, and drought. So, and then that also will be interesting. So our main goal of our NAP, find money. And that our main partners, they were climate finance center. So when we start our project, they were under Ministry of Environment, but almost recently in 2024, it become a independent body. And we work together with them to develop 16 concept notes for another project implementation with the climate change. So we were so lucky within our NAP, we implemented every single sector. They write their own project. And now we're working on the Batken. As I mentioned, that province was the most vulnerable, and we implemented together with the KOICA, that's a Korean organization. So UNDP and the GCF funding will be 25 million. They're going to also add 25, and we have already approved, and we submitted to Green Climate Fund this project for 50 million. And health sector, they already submit for Green Climate Fund. And then mud flow and sustainable ecosystem in Issyk-Kul. We had this on this stage. We just had a tender, and the Spanish company, Global Factor, they won. We worked together with them to develop concept notes for the Green Climate Fund and to have 2 projects about mud flow and about sustainable economic services in Issyk-Kul. I show you in the map at the beginning. So basically, NAP help us to write and develop 4 different projects. One is also successful. We just recently have a huge mission from KOICA. This one also submitted, and now we have a Spanish company will work on the 2 concept notes for Green Climate Fund. Sorry, what? Almost, yes, yes. So it will be 25 GCF and 25 KOICA. But KOICA will be, their project will be mostly for micro grants to helping the communities, but our to build the irrigation system. This will be going to our most vulnerable province. Yes, I think it will start. We already submitted and GCF approved. We also have 25 more from KOICA. And this is within the NAP project. We build it. Now we're working on the TORs for engineers. So we're almost starting that project, 50 million. This is just a sec. Enhance the, yes, as I mentioned before, that we also work together with the private sector, and our work in Kyrgyzstan with the private sector, I don't know how it was with the different NAPs, but we mostly work with the financial institution, with the banks, and to work on the having a gas, because in Kyrgyzstan we still in the village we have a coal as a main heating system, and our main program to have a gas even in Bishkek sometimes, because Bishkek, since like Soviet time, grow 5 times more the population and the territory. And the main reason of also we have sometimes, not sometimes during winter time, when we have extreme cold, we have a smoke within the country, so you can even see the layer. And then when we work with the private sector, with the banks, it was about the loans and about to having a gas instead of coal in a Bishkek. We also have a climate box for the for the school, but it was also not only in not only in Bishkek, but mostly also in the province. We worked together with Ministry of Education, and it was also in Kyrgyz and the Russian language. Also, we have a gender guidelines we developed within NAP. You can download on your QR code. This is also give a some tip who's starting on the middle of the NAP to always share, I think as Albanian example and us, when we have every training, we not just a print or show, we always have QR codes everywhere. So all our like 80 pages or 100 pages, we just have a QR code with all the presentations and all the guidelines, and everybody can just download. That was a very useful trick as well. This is our outcomes of our gender guideline. Also, it was difficult to find one methodology for gender guidelines. For us, as I mentioned before, gender is very important because let's say in Ministry of Emergency, most of the workers, they are men. But when you have all these mud flows on the south, as I showed that there were women and elder women, and this is also for even for the Ministry of Emergency, it's very important to have in mind the gender aspects. And what we're also going, as I see and we discussed, most of the NAP implemented have lots of money having on the project, and we have also money left within NAP project, and we are going for that money have a conference. It's confirmed. We just yesterday booked a venue. We will have a conference on 25th, 26th of September. We call that pre-COP. For Central Asian countries, because the idea of this conference will be when you go for the climate change, it's very important not just to talk as a country, I think here as well in Montenegro, but talk as a region, as a continent, like in Africa. When we talk about Africa, this is like 50% all of the funds of whole of the world, they go to Africa, and they always speak as a one continent. They never have a controversy, and we want to show that Central Asia, we are so connected with the water, and then as we speak as a one region, which is very important, because according to the World Bank and many prediction, in the 30 years, water will be a main source of a conflict, like an oil. For example, it will be water in Kyrgyzstan. We have a last year conflict with the neighboring countries, also with Kazakhstan, because we stay at the beginning of the mountain, and then it also depends because most of our agreement, they still Soviet Union. We have an agreement with Kazakhstan from 1982, and it also like according to political issues, we have controversy, and we are going to organize this meeting to have and speak as a region, which is very, very important to attract the attention. And this is a conclusion. So as not conclusion, this is in what stage we are now. So we complete a sectorial and regional NAP. Now the whole summer, our company will work on combining. We also finish costing of NAP. And then we also face the problem, of course, we have a huge deficit. So if we talk about Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzstan needs 1 billion for adaptation and 1 billion of mitigation. Of course, poor country wouldn't even give money for adaptation, and most of the deficit they are relying on international organization. That most of the money they relying at UN agencies. But then we are also on dilemma: should we show that we have a huge deficit to the country? Because as we have answer from Ministry of Finance, of course, we always have informal conversation, and then they told that they won't adopt that NAP because we show a huge deficit. But our idea was to be very not realistic, but to show that we need that money for adaptation, especially like our last events, as I showed that mud flows, how many deaths. And we're going to organize a pre-COP because I showed in that last two videos, first two videos, sorry, that as I told before, during the first mud flow in Nokat, 2 kids, they were from Kazakhstan. They have a passport of another country. And in the last mud flow in Osh, bodies were found. That was a family from Russia, one mother. They just came for the wedding, and three her daughters died. And their bodies were found in the border with Uzbekistan. So even those cases show that how we connected, and it's very important to speak as a region. Then we work on the monitoring and evaluation of the project. And then we're going to the development and approval of the package of 4 ministers. Our final conference will be in October in Issyk, since we again have lots of money left, not in Bishkek. We'll organize in our like resort, like Tivat or Budva place. And then it will be the 3 project concept to the GCF in November. We'll submit.
Thank you very much. Interesting presentation. As I understand, you haven't published it NAP yet. It will be in October, finals, yes. When you show indicators, climate related and non-climate, what do you mean by non-climate, and why you are just averaging them? Because if it's not if it is non-climate, because we cannot under climate change umbrella include non-climate, or is there some reason that's why you did it? It's my question here.
Yes, that's actually a very good question. I ask exactly the same my boss when I supposed to come here, and she explained me non-climate is economical, everything not connected to the climate, but actually that's very important. As I mentioned before, when we talk about migration, the level of corruption, we should always keep that in mind. And when Borko talk about that, I don't know, the training in Montenegro, you have to trainings you want to implement for the kids, they can go there. And I was thinking, what the rate of unemployment in Montenegro? So I think we should consider also non-climate aspects, because when we talk about unemployment rate, you know, we cannot compare Norway and in Africa. Everything, you know, like I always mention, yes, 1 million being in Russia, population, especially those 3 districts, also important.
Thank you. 13% unemployment rate in Montenegro. 13. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just a small clarification question. On one of your slides, you mentioned that 100 NAPs were developed, elaborated, and only 19 NAPs were then approved. What do you mean by NAPs?
So when we talk about roadmap, we consider short, medium, long-term objective, different NAP, like adaptation measures they saw, and then we just pick 19 together with the Ministry of Emergency, which was applicable for us.
Don't worry about it. My daily exercise.
I think as you are finishing, maybe for accepting the confusion, saying NAPs, it's not, it is measures. We use terminology, for example, SAPs, sector adaptation plans, NAPs, and local adaptation plans, because national adaptation plan, it's high-level document, and it is politically good that to have not to confuse also the national partners.
Yes, thank you so much for I was actually thinking at the beginning that I wish all of you, all of us, that NAP would be so great, so amazing that when you Google search, maybe that would give it beyond the UNDP. Because I think this is a translation of Russian, because in Russian we call that not measures or sectorial, we actually call them plan. And that's why that was not what we talk about NAP, that came from Russian. And our partners, this is also very important. Like, for example, when we talk about central in Bishkek, they use Kyrgyz, sorry, Russian, but we go to the province, they talk Kyrgyz, and for them, they still using like plan, still, and then we call that NAP. That's still. Like NAP is not like.
Okay. I have a question. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting. I have a question not related to Kyrgyzstan NAP project only, but if other countries. So our product, NAP product, just a reminder, we completed the NAP project in 2022. So was like overloaded with planned activities. And one of the activities was because we all speak about the fundraising, investments, and NAP provides opportunities to highlight it more specifically for adaptation, specifically for developing countries. And one of the points to highlight that normally donors would prefer to fund if they see that government budget also allocates money specifically for adaptation. And one of the activities to study, identify, like we call it a budget tagging or similar activities, whether whatever the government budget provides to communities, to whatever, what can be associated with adaptation. So, and we did not within the NAP project, actually, yeah. Budget programming, yeah, but in our project it was like identify, like proceed with like foster the budget tagging, like tagging the budget lines which can be associated with adaptation. So I'm wondering whether other countries have experience to showcase, because in our case we identified that there are not many, but like serious amount of activities that government funds that can be identified, associated with adaptation, and to show to the, like to donors that government actually doesn't entitle it adaptation, but it is pure adaptation. So if you provide additional money, like co-funded by the government, I'm wondering whether any country had such an experience to identify, like with budget tagging or budget programming, like maybe not only necessarily with adaptation, but maybe with mitigation. Thank you.
So what also can be interesting and considered for other NAPs, as you mentioned, like everybody know, GCF is like so strict and complicated donor. So why we have lots of money left? Like we have, I start from the very, very far. We have like 50 lines for procurement. And then why we have like almost 100,000 left? Because we allocate all those budget lines. And instead of having those trainings, for example, in the Hilton, in the venues, we have agreement with the ministries, and we have all those trainings in the ministries. We just pay for coffee breaks, and then we have like 300,000 money left. And why we talk about adaptation, that's almost, I would say, Kyrgyzstan in that level, that's impossible. It's very hard to understand difference between adaptation and mitigation. We talk about government and official, but one of the training when we have our communication strategy, like here, when we need to post on social media, our communication, they ask from UNDP, not NAP, and our project, they ask, just do survey, ask some young kids, so what's the, like, as you say, what they identify about adaptation. You know what was that actually published? You can go to UNDP Kyrgyzstan. So what is adaptation? When the kid told, that's an example of cactus. So people not just can identify adaptation and mitigation, they cannot identify evolution. So, and what you talk about that, like to show the government about adaptation, to give the money there, like Kyrgyzstan is not in that level. We talk again about that non-climate. We're still on this like corruption level. We don't have money for the adaptation to be realistic. So out of $1 billion, I told before that Kyrgyzstan need for adaptation, I think international donors can cover only 50 million. So that's the picture of Kyrgyzstan. Of course, we want 1 billion for adaptation, but this is only UN agencies we did. But that's why we're talking about like 50 million just for Batken project, and we're raising money. That's our main, I think, goal for all of us, to find money for our adaptation and to show and campaign why NAP is so important.
You touched very interesting sphere. I'm water resource specialist, and I have been in Water Convention Bureau many years. What we faced during our discussion, why upstream countries do not sign convention, to not join to water convention. And some countries came to meetings, even in bureau meetings. They mentioned that there is not enough funding to treat wastewaters or to do water saving work, and that's why they cannot afford to join convention. Yesterday we mentioned about our initiative to propose it in COP29, climate change adaptation for shared water bodies resilience, yes? And we, by saying this, we think that not only in Caucasus, Central Asia, but other parts of the world globally, there are dry regions and where we have water scarcity issues. And same you mentioned today, even you had some disagreement with Kazakhstan or some other countries. My idea is if we consider, so far we couldn't get any funding because nobody allocated money, but you mentioned that you already got some 50 million and maybe further or something in water relations. If we develop some mechanism to address issues of transboundary waters, to develop some mechanism how to coordinate under climate change adaptation activity, and some funding is available for financing of climate change, then countries may come together to develop joint adaptation strategies, plans, and implement them region-wide, also country-wide within NAPS. Yes, and I think these are, if we are planning to raise this issue in COP29, if Central Asia or other regions support this idea, I think it will get some support. In global goal on adaptation, it mentions transboundary waters, transboundary cooperation, but nothing is said more. But if we raise this as an initiative and to get support from GCF or under the umbrella of climate change adaptation of water bodies, shared water bodies, I think we can do something for this water body. Otherwise, these transboundary issues, in my opinion, will never be solved. Yeah. You know.
So I also have actually comment, I think, to be representative of young generation. So when we talk about donors, let's talk about, I think, EU, big donors, whomever, World Bank, US, whomever you can see, about transboundary issues or water. What if the donors say like, yes, great example of RLC. So as you know that European funds still allocated projects for RLC, still for Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan didn't even sign. Sometimes, my grandma said that sometimes it's good to left how it is, make it not even worse. That also to keep it in mind, because like, I know that we are not ideal and perfect, and all even our documents we still tell, but you know that maybe to do this and funds ask for trans-border water, maybe all these projects make turn it even worse, because when we stay there and then the communication, it should be very, that's my point and message, that would be like very well established, not just like raise, but also think about what, in how way the dialogue should be with the trans-border. With us, it's like most of the pure political issues with, let's say, with Kazakhstan about water, and not only Kazakhstan, we have other in Fergana Valley with Uzbekistan, the basin. Not in Central Asia, and I think this region is the same. So my husband is Balkan. I think when you have money, the issue of climate change go to the other. Then like corruption or some the other will raise.
Okay, thank you very much. Unless we have additional comments or questions, this would be end of the work. So thank you very much for coming. Yes, of course. No. It's please. So thank you very much for coming again. It was a pleasure meeting you all. For me, a very valuable experience. I have a number of takeaways. So many follow-ups and contexts to come back to over the next couple of weeks. But let me maybe just try to organize myself and propose couple of steps. So basically what we are going to do, we are going to collect all the presentations and translate those who are not in English and then share it with you. We are going to try to collect as much documents that were mentioned during this presentation so that we have one repository as a follow-up of this meeting, because some of those documents I missed from your websites, or so it's going to be useful for me, and I think for others to read through them. And of course, we will share the list of all participants so that you have a repository of contacts within the countries for maybe follow-up or further discussion or further information exchange, because I think that useful information was shared over the last 2 days. Now, the concept of the event is not such that we can have some conclusions or, I don't know, a resolution or something like that. It was more to meet each other, exchange information, exchange ideas. But if I may propose something, I don't know, even the format, that it could be maybe among us to discuss with our senior management and decision makers, whether the ministries or country offices. I think that we should gather and exchange information in this manner a little bit more than once every few years or something like that. I've really benefited a lot, and I think that for a sort of a community of practice of people dealing with climate change adaptation, it would be good to meet for this region at least once a year, exchange information, especially now for the countries who are getting into the implementation of similar projects or strategies for the first time. That's for Western Balkans region for sure. So, you know, have a look at your availability, have a look at opportunities, and maybe we can discuss it and then formulate some proposal, because I see that other community of practices are often organizing this kind of events, meetings, gatherings, and it pushes an ideas, innovation, etc. And adaptation already presents a really climate change, and then climate change adaptation represents a really important work of UNDP and really important portfolio. And if we are talking from the aspect of UNDP of transitioning to portfolio approach, kind of what you're already doing in your country office, then, you know, we can put it under that umbrella as well. Now, again, thank you very much for coming. 2 more things to do for us, if you agree. One joint photo, yeah. And on your way out, just 1 second, there are small present here in the hall on the left side. It's a laptop bag. Cartier, maybe in some other iteration, when we raise that 1 billion that you were mentioning, for sure. Let's put it for that moment. Okay, sorry. And of course, if anyone wants to share something, give a recommendation or something like that, please be free.
Sorry, use my senior age approach to say from all participants, heartfelt thank for you for putting a lot of efforts, and Montenegro UNDP for organizing this. And it's not easy to organize regional such an event and to collect all them. No, I understand. All the team, translators and logistics support. And one thing that you mentioned is very important. Maybe it's possible to do not communicate, but as a lessons learned, as everybody raised this issue, that the NAP is continuous process. And the funding also support as in a form of readiness that is given importance to GCF, that adaptation have to be equally treated as mitigation was treated previously, that the NAP process has to evolve and not to stop and not have interruption. And one thing I want to share in my experience of a successful project, and maybe colleagues who participate in this can prove, this was EU for Climate